pretty eye. Goddamn. Goddamn. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have a goddamn pretty eye me take though. I can't deny her though. She's my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever. I can watch you all day, girl, like you're televised. You think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I left the bitches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie, my pretty.
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Lady Law! Oh, I hope you're doing well. You're probably not in here anymore. But anyways, oh my gosh. Well, there went my wing. Anyways, I guess I have no wings. I can't fly now. Anyways, so I decided that I'm gonna do the rewatch of Trial 1 for Karen Read because this case is wild, and if you've never heard it or never seen it, you wouldn't believe it. There is a lot of mess in this trial. And yeah, so I figured I would rewatch it because Trial 2, yes, Trial 2 is just around the corner. It starts April 1st. They start picking their jury April 1st, and yeah. So I figured I'd rewatch Trial 1. That way people that watch me can get a feel of it, know what trial I'm watching. Yeah, I kind of picked the weird ones, but anyways, so let's ride. Are you ready for this, Kevin? Because you know I picked the craziest ones. This one is crazy, I'm telling you. Okay. No, you can't make a house.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court is now in session. All right.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. Can I have counsel?
Could we wait on the introduction?
Oh, sure.
Could I just please see counsel at sidebar? Thanks.
Oh, there's lovely sidebar. The sidebar. This shit is wild. The head detective just got freaking fired, Kevin. This case is wild. 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 Absolutely crazy. I don't know why it is, but I get more people at night than I do in the morning. Okay, Kevin, you can't go off looks. Okay, you can't go off looks, sir, because a lot of us would be dead if you went off looks. Plus, she's got MS, and MS kind of messes with your facial. Just wait till you see one of the witnesses, Jen McCabe. When she comes up, she's got MS too. And the way that lady looks, she looks more evil than Karen does. But this case is wild. It's absolutely bonker. I didn't do it, so Yeah, but this case is freaking crazy. Oh, let me put me down at the bottom so you don't have to see. We can see more of this than my ugly mug. Hold on. There we go. How did that change? It wasn't supposed to be like. Why does it do this to me? Why? Why does it do this to me? Why do you keep messing up? Oh wait, let me put this on too. Okay. I am streaming it from another YouTube channel. Please don't come hunt me down and do all that crazy stuff, please. It's fair use. Copyright Fair Use Act, all right? Okay. I don't want to end up in cuffs. All right. Cool. That's over with. And then why is my little thingy not? Yeah, can you keep that? Thanks. That'd be great. Quit moving me around, jerk faces. I forgot how long these sidebars are. Hold on, let me get out of. Let me just. Let's see how long this mother effer is. Because we don't need to sit here and look at her mug. We just don't need to do that. They show her enough. Oh God, the only fan is on. What the? Okay. Let's see. Right.
Investigation into this case. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last in court?
No. Yes, I have.
Everyone said
I
no or
watched
shook
all of
their
it.
heads. Thank you.
Let's
All
take
right.
her mom.
Jurors, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles, procedure, and terminology
This
that
one's
you'll hear
crazy,
about during
Kevin,
the course
just
of the
wait.
trial. But these comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the conclusion of the case. This is the trial of a criminal case, as you've heard, and you've heard that the defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe in detail at the end of the case each of these indictments when I teach you the law, but briefly.
Pause. Because I don't need you. No. Get down here. Thank you. Whoa.
Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison,
this is Massachusetts.
Manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. Again, these terms and elements of the crimes, including the additional crime of leaving the scene of an
She said intoxicating liver. Well, duh. That's what happens when you drink liquor.
accident after causing personal injury or death will be described for you in detail at the end of the case. Please remember that the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. So it's merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring her to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence.
I don't want my name on
What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First,
stop being biased. There's a lot of biasness in this case, by the way.
Slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish with these initial instructions, Mr. Lally will make his opening statement. Ms. Gianetti can choose to make an opening statement or not. Because the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything, her lawyer doesn't even need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended to introduce the main issues in the case. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but again, she is not obligated to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statement, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. You see that we have many of you. We have 17 of you, and only 12 will ultimately decide this case, and that's done at the end of the case. We impanel so many jurors in a case that's going to take a long time in case something comes up and a juror can't complete his or her service. Let me talk briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see to it that this case is tried in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. It's also my function to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not. The jury's function. You folks are the most important people in this courtroom. You determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in the testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences over here out of your hearing. They're not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I can rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question during trial, I will use the term sustained. You are then
No,
to
you don't
disregard that
say
question,
that,
and you're
ever,
not to
lady.
speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you are to disregard
You
any
say,
evidence that I
"Oh."
tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection,
another
I will allow
way.
the witness to answer
Say
the
that
question, and
another
you may
way.
consider that answer. But you're not to give that answer any more weight than you would have
I rarely
had no
hear you
objection
say
been made.
same, lady.
Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence of law under our laws. You must decide this case solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom, and this will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts which I tell you may have been agreed upon by both sides, and any facts which I indicate to you that you may take as a matter of common knowledge. Question to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers that you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. If one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. In this case, I'll allow you folks to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because again, those aren't evidence, we'll hand out notebooks after the openings this morning so that you can take notes. They'll be provided to you daily. Your notebooks will be collected every day. They'll be kept locked up and confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. You're not required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence.
There's several times during this case I wanted to scream and be like, just answer the question, yes or no. But you'll find out. You'll so realize which ones they are.
Such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things of that nature. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with a transcript of the testimony at the conclusion or at
And they
any time
won't,
during the trial.
okay?
So you will
Don't
have to
even
rely
ask,
on your own
right?
memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. So please do not let your note-taking distract you from an appreciation of all the evidence. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law because it is so very important. Remember, John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice.
Oh, but
This
they have
jury
seen the
will
evidence,
decide.
ma'am.
This jury selected
There
for
was
this trial will hear
Joe
and judge the
hearing,
evidence.
ma'am.
You will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, This jury, you folks, will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that in this courtroom, the rule of law will be upheld. This means that during the trial, until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes family and friends, and even your fellow jurors. Nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet, including social media, and do anything else to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We will go on a view, and I will discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not, read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction, as hard as it's going to be. Finally, please continue to keep an open mouth. Now, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you have taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice, bias, or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's what we ask of you. So with that, it's time for opening statements. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
And I ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
Do my best. Good morning. So as Ron was telling you, this is one of the two opportunities that I will get to address. The first of which right now, essentially what I'm going to attempt to do, and I know you heard over the course of the impairment process a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help you to navigate sort of who these people are and what relation they have in this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret, or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister, Kristen. Kristen was married, and so John's brother-in-law was a man named Stephen. And they had two children who were very young in 2013. Now in 2013, Kristen, unfortunately, tragically passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Forbush and kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now,
somebody was opening
this
the case
by a great number of
this
people
for
within the
my
town of
kid.
Canton, where the
I
Forbush's
swear,
lived,
I would be
and
crying
where John
because
moved
it's a
into.
horrible job.
There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they include Mrs. Carrie Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from his work. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with children and assuming this role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as positioning him to more of a desk role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role that he assumes with his children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, so a new home that they could have as their own. That home is located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows Ave. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece, who was the elder of the two, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died, and his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022 was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sorts of urban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Furbush family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted, and there was going to be a snowstorm, an insignificant one. A blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and Saturday, lasting through most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town, being busy, have been canceled. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going to high school in the fall of 2022. They both applied to a private school called Bishop, and they both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's both he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John O'Keefe and his nephew. And they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into bed. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up, and went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called C.F. McCarthy's Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony, and you're going to see surveillance video, and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Canton Center along that strip of Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to C.F. McCarthy's, arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Read, joins them at this establishment, C.F. McCarthy's, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Read had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown. They had started dating around that time period, or reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several nights a week. She had helped out with the children. In the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship soured. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. You will hear testimony. John 2022. Just after 6 a.m., the Canton Police Department receives a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind bustling around. Officer Stephen Saraf and Officer Stephen Mulaney of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regards to their response or what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Saraf, who have as an exhibit anticipates a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard-type conditions as he's driving from the Canton Police Station, where he was located when he received the call, to 34 Fairview Road. When they arrived there, they observed three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. When I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out on the street facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. On the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox, other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means, of course, of this trial. The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Read, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Terry Roberts, who would also receive a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You'll hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his arms and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters, Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Tim McLaughlin, and Greg Woodward. And at least from 3 of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. The defendant stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on that front lawn. He was then transported by firefighters Kelly, Flamati, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter McLaughlin to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there were some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'll hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, Jonathan's parents in Braintree, and bring them to the Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by 2 firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to her treatment and diagnosis, she indicates that the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of their facility. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lent, in regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing, certain pieces of evidence that they located in around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray of the Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police weren't aware that the nephew was over at a sleepover. They weren't aware that Mr. Camerano had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser. You'll see that video and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Mr. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from Clubhouse to Meadows Ave and searching Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that vehicle. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Cameranos, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. Sullivan. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from a number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially from C.F. McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving C.F. McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Traers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Polakaitis, who were friends of friends who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as Mr. O'Keefe. Mrs. Polakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, as well as herself and Mrs. McCabe at the Waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did, specifically in Ms. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe. They knew him well from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owns a pizza shop, also located within that Canton Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get the nephew's slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the Waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from C.F. McCarthy's home. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the waterfall and went home. He was sort of walking business way from it. His wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the waterfall that night. Julie Albert started to get a migraine, and she left before most of the group. Included within that group, and sort of how they came to the waterfall, the Albert family in particular, Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend, Mr. Christopher Morris, and they had dinner at the waterfall earlier in that evening. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins. And they had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. Came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family at the waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who's Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert and brings her home. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, and they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after midnight. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to the roads, to the front lawn, grassy areas around town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert as they live there, Caitlin Albert because it's her parents and her boyfriend picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up. There's certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. And once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parked in. So I mentioned earlier there were two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie Nagel. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky Antonio, as well as his Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, was riding in the back of Mr. Antonio's pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction. The pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another direction. The pickup truck with the Nagel brothers riding in flashes its light, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first. They follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further until it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning. Now, from their position, so I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxson from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights as the vehicles are facing each other before they pull down. What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow. Things aren't sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides that she's going to stay at the house longer, so arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator, matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. See the vehicle.
Maybe I should have unmuted, Kevin. Anyways, thank you. What I was saying, and I don't know why I'm like going weirdo. Hello, quit it. Okay. Anyways, what I was saying is I forgot how all over the place his opening statement was. I mean, I just can't follow him. Like, I forgot how ADHD I'm going because of this damn opening statement. I mean, shoot, I need chronological order, not here, there, everywhere, and anywhere between. But all right, okay, back to the.
Go out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming. We hear testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who was Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who was having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners, Mr. Higgins,
No, it
was coming
wasn't.
into the house. At that point,
You're lying.
Colin Albert was leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Allison McCabe, who was Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's within the home celebrating his birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regard to a phone call. A phone call that Jennifer McCabe receives from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well, that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying,
Okay, hold on. So I thought opening statements, you're not supposed to go through every person's supposed to say. I thought you were just supposed to tell what you believe the evidence will show. Not this whole run out. Oh my Lord, have mercy.
that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. She reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle outside of the home on the road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops. But she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms. Roberts. So Phil Roberts received a call about 5 a.m.
What's up,
indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. McCabe is getting ready as well, sort of planning.
Yeah, I found out that I get more views at night than I do in the morning. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I guess because people have their regulars that they like to watch during the day with this court stuff or whatever. And, they're not trying to give, us small fries any chance, I guess. But, yeah, so I'm doing the night shift. I'm trying to go over this trial. This is the first trial. Her second trial is coming up here soon because this one ended in a mistrial. So I figured I'd rewatch this one, waiting for the second one to start.
And go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe and see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's different calls throughout the course of this trial as well. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some points prior to that she has a cracked hip. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there.
If I was in the jury box, I'd be like, "Today, Junior." This is why they don't call me for jury duty. I've only been called for one jury duty. I'm glad I wasn't picked. That's a fun story. All right, but anyways, today, Junior. Jesus, no wonder. I mean, no wonder they got a different attorney this time. Because boy, oh boy, this one just tanks the cake.
As well, Ms. Roberts
And I
follows Ms.
said-
McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr.
doesn't
O'Keefe's
take
residence in Meadows
it.
Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that
I
right
appreciate you always for being here, Kevin.
rear taillight. They then proceed off to try and see if they can locate Mr.
Can
O'Keefe.
you get on with it?
The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Fairview Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there's one person, so they're seated within the vehicle.
That is the decedent's dad. And yes, he's looking a little tired. by like I think like the second or third week, he stopped going to court. And I don't blame him. After all I seen, like, because he's not with the rest of the family on this she killed him sort of thing. It's he was more on her side than he's on their side, you know. They actually believe this story. They believe the people and all that other stuff. How they believe them, I don't know, because when you hear the evidence in this case, it's wild. It's wild.
This is Miss Roberts. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat. The defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. He yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle, until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body is found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, approximately.
And another thing I don't like, and it could be just because I know the story and all that stuff. I don't think they should be facing the jury. I think they should be actually over here where her family is, because her family doesn't show any emotion, nothing like that. Whereas they're showing emotion and such. I think they should be over here where the jury, you know, they're not in their face. But yeah, that's just
6:23, 6:24 a.m. During the conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long.
And I don't like that she's in arm's reach of his brother, because yeah, the ending of this was wild.
Someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts: Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whitfield. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Cell. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for Cell. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone was done at the same time frame the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning. Testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendant stated while there, asking again and again in regards to Mr. O'Keefe, is he dead? Is he dead? You'll also hear testimony, as I indicated, about the treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony from Ms. Stacy Formsack, Ms. Kathleen Wilford, and Dr. Gary Fowler. You'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Valier, and Ms. Christina Hammond, those all being from the State Police. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. O'Keefe, defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. You'll hear testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Ms. Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from 2 children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son. Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and sort of points him in the direction of which he believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. Essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is an approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, from another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba, in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the Waterfall, and also at the residence on 34th Fairview, because he was friends with his homeowner, Brian Albert. He was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there's references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purported to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Mary Sullivan in that lobby as opposed to her giving him a hug. And makes repeated reference to that within the contents of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotter, who has a supervisory role with Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Tutris, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from Waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5. If you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's house. And when I submit the evidence, so like,
Yes, he is. Oh, this, I mean, this is, I mean, I don't know how much longer
this video evidence
but we
show
don't
based
know
on
much
sort of
longer.
tracking of the phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Powell of the state police from these faulty records and RTT accounts.
We got 5 more. Well,
Is,
no,
I think, corrections. Now,
more
again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Chief Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Mechanic of the state police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tuttle. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall, who's in a specialized unit within the state police called PAWS for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota Texture, because Lexus is
my God, dude, shut
so
up.
there's some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel. He cycles, essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
When her attorneys get up.
Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in the front grass, street area. There is a specialized team called the CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to Tully, and a number of different members of the CERT team were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of us.
Smart StreamYard.
They just need to the body. They find various pieces of taillight, and as is wont to do over the course of the following days. Rise, rainstorm that comes in.
Would you please tell the jury that you were only able to find taillight pieces when her vehicle was in the possession of of Canton Police Department, and Michael Proctor, the person that got fired, had her vehicle wrecking it. Yes, I'm going to say wrecking it, because there's 42 minutes of Sally Port for video that's missing, sir. And you're to tell me, oh, after the snow melts, you find all these pieces of taillight 2 weeks later? Get the fuck out of here. And you only have, like, what, 10 pictures of taillight pieces, but none of the rest? And no, you don't show any, you don't show, what do you call it? Some evidence, with the evidence, you don't have a paper trail, but you're missing that part. Okay, let's
Eventually discovered in that area of the front wall of the street. Now, from these,
okay, and another thing, okay, they say that she backed into him 24 miles an hour going backwards. It was barely starting to snow, but it was starting to stick. And it was a 2-lane highway. So, one going west, one going east. And it was a little yard. It wasn't huge, even though the pictures, you look at the pictures and it looks kind of big. It's not big at all. How the fudge did she not end up in the house going that many miles an hour, running somebody over? How did she not end up in the middle of the lawn at least? I'm just confused. I'm so confused. Anyways, but all right.
Different pieces. Its target is also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper area of that scene, and she locates
part of the cocktail glass. The glass on the bumper did not match the glass that was right next to his body when he first was found, sir. And how come they can find that glass when they first found him, but they couldn't find the shattered taillight that that miraculously appeared? How come they couldn't find that? You guys are so full of shit. It's amazing to me. Anyways.
human hair.
On the back of her bumper that, they were living boyfriend and girlfriend. She spent time there. He did have access to the vehicle. Like, of course his DNA would be there. But how the hell did his hair travel in a blizzard from anyways, 2 towns away, all the way to Canton PD? Give me a break.
And its vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail.
It's not the same glass, but you'll be eating those words here. Just wait.
Essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, in the same right hand that's attached to the right arm has abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and observed by other analysts like Christina Hanley about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass and a fair. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defense tailor. You'll hear from Ashley Ballard, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porter, who does essentially DNA analysis for the lab. Samples that were drinking glass that were consistent.
Also, you can't explain why there was 3 unidentified male DNAs. Then they later found out one was John O'Keefe's, and then 2 other unidentified males, where they had to take Buchanan and Proctor's freaking DNA for, because to make sure it wasn't them that accidentally touched their clothes or whatever when collecting evidence, blah blah blah. But you still have yet to test the DNA on said clothes. 2 people in the house, sir. Okay, let me show. Let me act like I haven't seen
with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, taillight leases, taillight DNA was also sent to technologies located in Northern Virginia. You'll hear from an analyst there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that the DNA was sent to taillight.
And that's another thing we can put okay, it was on the outside of the taillight and not on the inside of the taillight, sir. But if he was hit and all that, there would be blood all on the lenses, all that great stuff. And how in all this snow was DNA still left on it? That's what I'm wondering. Oh, because you kept the taillight pieces in with the clothes before you turned them over. Yes, we know. Okay, we got it. Mm-hmm.
You can't. Or the two preliminary investigators and primary investigators test chart from that body laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial that she examined in regard to that case as well.
Oh, shut up. And then here we are, shuffling through papers. Gotta shuffle through papers.
Well, lastly, you'll also hear from Dr. Irene Bello and Dr. Renee Stonebridge. Their various examination.
Are you serious, Kevin? Oh my God. He was my mom's favorite boxer. Well, my condolences out to his family, all of the Georges. Damn, that sucks. How old was he? How old was George Foreman? Anyways, all right, yeah, yep. Tomorrow's never promised. You never know when it's your turn. Never know.
Patients, Dr. Stonebridge is a neuro, as a forensic pathologist who does these sort of autopsy patients. Sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body.
You'll also hear that she couldn't determine whether it was homicide or not, sir. And she said that his injuries didn't look like that of a car accident. But okay, I'm a pedestrian strike, whatever you want to call it.
In particular, you'll hear testimony in regards to lacerations right back of the scene. You'll hear testimony in regards to an initial sort of skull fracture. And that's has been swelling in the brain, which then causes a condition called ecchymosis, which then sort of leads to the swelling of both the Mr. O'Keefe's eyes that is observed by the initial. You will hear various testimony about
He wasn't
sort of
that
issues
old.
in
I mean,
regards
he
to the
wasn't that
pancreas,
old.
how that's indicative of hypothermia.
Come on.
Now again, I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for your participation of your close attention as we go through all the witnesses and all the evidence. That second time, I do get to address what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence. Again, as one, two,
Before we go, let me finish this. Before we go into the defense's opening argument, I'll pull it up, Kevin. I got it.
The only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Read, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim for the car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking the ground.
I think we're almost done with this. Hey, good.
For self-solution, the temperature is swirling around. Operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing it. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. I don't know what the fuck this is, but let's see. Hold on. Let me stop sharing this for a minute. Let me share this one. Get the fuck out of here. No. Oh, you're a bastard. George Foreman. Come on, bitch. Give me something I can read. Okay, hold on. Pull up. Pull up, pull up, pull up. Hold on, I'm trying to get it. Can you hurry up and load, bitch? Oh my God. You're taking forever. Hold on, let me see if he'll let me do this. Let me go to. Come on. Okay. George Foreman, thank you. Can I share my screen now? No, I don't want that one. I want that one. Thank you. Okay, let's see. 1949, so he was 2 years older than my mom. Let's see what else it's got. George Foreman passes away. George Foreman passes away. George Foreman passes away, but I want to see something. Maybe this one? Maybe this one. We'll look at this one, Kevin. Let me get rid of that one. Okay, here we go. Now I can share this one. Let me move my face. Let me go to Studio, share screen. No, I'm not going to pay 50 cents. Get out of here. I'm a broke bitch. George Foreman, a heavyweight boxing champion who retired the sport to regain his title in improbable age of 45. And stop asking me shit. Okay. At 45, and parlayed his fame and amiable personality into a multi-million-dollar grill business. Died on Friday. He was 76. His family announced his death on his Instagram account. The family stated the statement did not give cause or say why he died. Damn. Probably old age, maybe? I don't know. When Foreman returned to the ring after 10 years away, there was skepticism that the fighter of his years could beat any younger fighter, much less come back to the top of the game. But in 1994, he beat the undefeated Michael Moore to reclaim the world title, shocking the boxing world. Foreman's career spanned generations. He fought Chuck Wepner in the 1960s, Joe Frazier, and Muhammad Ali in the 70s. Dwight Muhammad I don't know. Anyways, in the 80s, and Evander Holyfield in the 90s. And his popularity helped him make millions selling grills after his retirement. George Edward Foreman was born January 10th, 1949. So he just barely turned 76. In Marshall, Texas, to Nancy Ree Foreman and J.D. Foreman, a railroad construction worker. As an adult, he learned that his biological father was a man named Leroy Moorhead. Foreman was candid about being a bully and a petty criminal in his youth. After dropping out of school, he joined the Job Corps at 16, and at 17 he tried his hand at boxing. Success came quickly in the amateur ranks. Only a year and a half later, he was Olympic heavyweight champion, defeating Ios Chipulis of the Soviet Union by a second round knockout in Mexico City. Wow. Damn. That sucks. Well, damn, that sucks. That was one of my mom's favorite boxers. Thank you, Killer, for telling me that. Damn. Damn. Who? Let me look that up. I don't know who that is. Maybe I gotta familiarize myself. Steffi Graf. I don't know who that is. Anyways. All right. Back to my business here. Back. But damn, that's sad. That's fucking sad. My heart goes out to all his kids. Man, that sucks. That really does suck. Anyways, okay. Life still goes on.
Thank you, Mr. Lally. Mr. Betty?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death, and that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and the Alberts.
Hello. Okay, but you talk slow.
For a murder she did not commit. Little is truly my privilege and my honor. In this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence.
Pause you. Thank you. Okay, now we can
The
go.
veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Read sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Read, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, and an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing, and first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding. But Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert, while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. He never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Read, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Read family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Read family. Karen Read was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. How did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind and focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing or what he was saying. He was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Read to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings. To his friends who he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Read names he would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Read. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why.
Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Read's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of taillight that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day, when the snow was really starting to accumulate, that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Read's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Read's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus. She backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway, and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will actually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got with O'Keefe, early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness was the brother of Julie Nagel, the after hours. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Ryan Nagel confirmed that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34 Fairview. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into a bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian. John O'Keefe was missing. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search. How long unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation. You will question during this die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for it was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denied making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Read hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital.
And no one's
But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door at the 34 Fairview, walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying. Not one. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street for the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, here's that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Loughran. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Loughran. He asked Mr. Loughran if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Loughran had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Read somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Loughran also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very forward edge, parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done to discover whose edge. You'll learn that the Albert family drove Ford edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Proctor, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence. The defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29th, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected for 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m.,
No, I
plow
usually don't hear
driver
him.
Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking me to convict Karen Read anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6-foot man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the taillight. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no. That his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks and claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog of the Alberts for 7 years. Our family loved Chloe. Strangely, as we discussed this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family, their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you that a shocking lack of investigation. People left the residence and saw no body. Not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was no body there. Not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m., but the other witnesses who was also present at the home was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Read supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba, and you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that in 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen. And also another trip with Karen for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other. From the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Read chose the start of a snowstorm to become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her by leaving him there with the house people inside is ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Read, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said, no, homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Read, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Read was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Read not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Giannetti.
Or maybe push it sidebar.
Yes.
Oh, a freaking sidebar. Let's see how long it goes. This is a long sidebar. Holy shit. Okay. Right about there. There's the only fan. You like that only fan?
All right, jurors, we're about to begin the evidence in this case. And I remind you, I define for you what the evidence is and what isn't evidence. Please remember that the opening statements of lawyers are not evidence. You're about to hear the evidence starting now. So, Mr. Lally, your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, call to call Officer Paul O'Keefe.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case you have hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
This one down. When you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Paul O'Keefe, last name O''K E-E-F-E.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children,
And how old are your children?
13 and 10.
And both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife been here?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
And what is your wife's name?
Erin,
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' names?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And did you have any siblings?
2, yes. My sister, Kristen. And, excuse me, brother, John.
And what was sort of the order in age as far as the siblings?
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest. So my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for a company, Simmons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing that?
12 years now.
Does your wife work as well?
She does.
What does she
She
do?
likes scrap.
She's in marketing. She works for a
Plumber likes scrap.
mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
And about how long has she been doing that?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, she had a job working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, John. Did you call him John, or was there like a nickname or anything else that you referred to him?
I mean, we all called him Johnny, especially if you're family.
And what did Johnny do for work?
Boston Police,
How long was he a member of the Boston Police?
16 years.
And within the Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde Park, Mattapan area, which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston in the SOAR unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
When was it about that he started with the sex offender registry?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that.
Yeah. That's it.
My brother,
Emmaus Tuesday.
he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew. And for the Boston Police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
And I'm sorry to ask you this, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did your sister Kristen, she sort of receive the diagnosis?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, is that correct?
Correct. Stephen Furbush, yes.
And when was it that he passed in relation to?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
And by they, I mean
older, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Kaylee is 16, Patrick is 13.
And you mentioned, so initially when your sister, Kristen, passed away, what was sort of the family's plan as far as Kaylee and Patrick were concerned?
Can you repeat that?
Plan as far as
Her daughter officer had it really bad, but yeah, for the most part,
We were kind of in scramble mode.
you'll
to figure
start hearing it more with other people.
out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a large enough house to take on 2 other children, so my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton, and raised them for 8 years.
And so around this time of 2013, your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen's children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Kaylee was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now, when your brother Johnny what if any sort of legal relationship did he have to your niece and nephew, Kaylee and Patrick?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he assumed that role?
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say, 4 years until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Kaylee and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother Johnny moved in?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
Prior to that, where had your sister Kristen?
Kristen and Steve in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
About you made that point around
I want to say 2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28th, 29th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, around that particular time of January 2022, about how often did you see your brother Johnny and
through text messaging, a couple days a week, I would say.
Now, over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that you have Kaylee and Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, many relations. Well, let me phrase the question with women over the course of that time, and
Long-term relationship is over a year.
And so how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time that he had kids?
2.
And who were those 2 individuals?
Karenread.
And other Amy, about that brother dated her?
2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons.
So other than Amy, who was the other one?
Her 2 sons' names are Gabriel and Christian.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In reference to, you mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long-term period, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of them was the woman Amy that you were just speaking about, correct?
Correct.
And who was the second one?
Karenread.
And is Karenread someone that you had met through the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
it's clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today? Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yep, she is seated right there between Mr. Giannetti and Mr. Jackson.
Does the record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness?
No
Yeah.
objection.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen?
I believe it was Mother's Day, so maybe May of 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Ms. Reed and your brother Johnny had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And
A little side note, the reason why I say he looks kind of fucked up is recently there's been reports that he had a online affair with somebody and told her that he possibly was still drunk when he testified. But anyways, you know, I'm not here to bash the brother. Like, he lost a brother, he lost his sister. I feel bad for him, but don't go in drunk next time. I just wish he would look at the real picture and want to get his brother real justice rather than believing the bullshit that these other mother chuggers say. But I get it. You know, they live in his parents live in the same city as the people that done this to him, to his brother, his family and stuff. I get it, man. I get it.
had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected in reference to when you met her?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020, right at the beginning of COVID. I think he reached out to her via Facebook Messenger and then, text.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Read over the course of hanging out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just, it was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and your brother?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton, I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew.
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19 pandemic. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to the children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing. Didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she would spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts, or, I know there were some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but those things along those lines.
Now, what, if any, What if any occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed. So they had rented a house down Cape Cod. Say that was summer of 2021. I brought my two daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the two of them.
And as far as a fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, I guess like typical couples fighting. There was alcohol that had been involved. I recall her complaining that he wasn't nice to her, or something to that effect, and I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, was that one or both, or
Both.
both your brother and the defendant?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, and specifically New Year's Eve, going from 2021 into 2022. You recall that time?
I do.
And do you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Ms. Tallali, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point? I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Okay. So during that New Year's Eve, you were in Aruba for your wife's mother's 70th birthday, correct?
Correct.
And was your brother, Johnny, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resort and your brother's resorts, where were they in relation to?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Now, you mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Read and brought the kids. So Kaylee and Patrick were with him. They were also with a large group, many other couples and families.
You know who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, and a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your stay in Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3 or 4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a viewpoint?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as...
Correct. Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to fruition?
A big snowstorm hit the area, and we said maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th?
Correct.
So this snowstorm that you were talking about that was coming in, is that something that you and your brother were aware of prior to that day it happened?
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn about that?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And as far as did either your children or John's children, for lack of a better term, niece and nephew, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather or no?
On that Saturday, the 29th, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans for the children on Saturday.
Now, turning your attention to that day, the 28th. So the day before that was a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regard to your daughter's basketball?
I coach both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time do you know that if home from all of that?
First game was at 6, second game was at 7:15, so we got home 8:30ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughter's games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know, approximately what time did you go to bed then?
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me, yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother John?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself, Karen Read, and my mother. And he was excited because our niece Kaylee had gotten accepted to Bishop Fee High School. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then Patrick's national math scores came back and he scored extremely high. So he was extremely proud of Patrick that day as well.
So he had sort of sent, your brother John had sort of sent that to the group, which included yourself, your mother, and Miss Reed.
Correct.
And your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
Now you go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow and they took him to the hospital.
Hey, West Side Rider, don't you start. I don't need tomato on my face.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton.
And at that point, did you, or what, if any, other sort of information did you have as to what had happened to your brother?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch, so she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
So you get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susanna Hensley.
If I could take you back to just prior. So you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning?
Correct.
And your wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call and sort of what is it that you do, or sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to where?
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
And what kind of car did you have at that point, if you know?
A Toyota 4Runner.
That's a SUV?
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was that?
Black.
And as far as the road conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe as far as how the road?
Driving was very poor that morning, and just continued to get worse throughout the day. So it took me longer than usual, than it typically would to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
When you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry Roberts?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother. They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you when your brother was friends with you and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something else?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there with their brothers?
Probably about 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents arrived, they brought us, in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
And about how long was it that you were in the family sitting room before you went somewhere else?
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in and told us that all the efforts of my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
Here you go.
And that doctor you spoke to, do you recall what the doctor's name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Miss Roberts, did she go as well, or did she?
No, she stayed out in the waiting area.
And as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Read was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees, and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
Is that something that she screamed out once, more than once, or something else?
Several times.
Now, at some point, you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was concerned?
He was pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, a mask anyway. Blood come down his nose, blood come down his mouth. What really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Now, in addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of your brother's body?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area and face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both arms, or which arm in particular?
He had markings on his right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
You spent some.
How in the hell was he hit by a fucking vehicle going 24 miles an hour backwards? And the only injuries he has is to his face and one of his arms. Get the man. Anyways.
Some time privately as a family with your brother. At some point you left, is that correct?
Yes, we were. I would estimate we were probably in the room with them for probably 20 minutes until we left.
And after about that 20 minutes, you come back out to the hallway, and where are you going?
Yeah, we went back to the waiting area, trying to figure out, can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is and you come back out in the hallway, what, if anything, occurred at that point?
Again, we saw Karen Read being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things. Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?
You, at any point, either before or after, respond to any of that screaming that you heard from the defendant?
How was she doing that in the hospital room?
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29th, 2022, how would you characterize it?
I thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing.
Of course you held her in a high regard when there's reports that she paid for your drunk driving incident, sir. She paid for your attorneys, sir. Of course you had a good relationship with her until this.
I to my brother with the kids. We'd go out together as couples. A couple times, so we had a.
As far as those positive feelings that you had in relation to the defendant prior to January 29th, 2022, had you expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother, Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, I just want to tell you, I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
Now, turning back to that day of January 29th, you go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened? What did you see or speak to when you got out there?
I saw her father, Bill Reed, come into the hospital. He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding sort of on the drive back, where were kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
And you mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house in Canton?
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if we're going to make it back. Visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult. Probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in as far as weather.
And so then at some point, you and your vehicle, Ms. Roberts and hers and your parents arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
Know about what time of day that was?
Yeah, you gotta make
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
Should have drove
And
a car
was there anybody
all the way to
present at the house
hotels
when you arrived
away
there?
in that snowstorm. Blah, blah, blah.
And at some point, did other people come over? As far as specifically, I'm asking about the children.
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived. And then a little while after that, Patrick was dropped off from his sleepover.
And at some point, you were tasked with informing the children what happened to your brother, correct?
Correct.
Another loss in our family. That's just sad.
At some point after you left the hospital in Brockton, what, if any, conversation or what, if any, phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
how long that phone call went on for?
It was a quick phone call, maybe a minute. I said she just asked if she could come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived shortly after.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with the rental vehicle, what other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway at that time?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I don't even recall seeing any other cars. It could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice really. Nothing stands out.
What kind of car did your brother have?
Chevy Traverse.
What color was that, if you know?
Like gray.
If you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to the driveway?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all the way down to the top driveway.
Now, you had the phone call with the defendant. You indicated it's fine for her to come over. About how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that came over the house that morning?
Her brother and his wife showed up shortly after she arrived with her father, yes.
And how many cars, if you know, come in between sort of the...
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
And Miss Reed's vehicle, you know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
So fair to say it was at the house, correct?
It was at the house, yes.
So between the Reed family, there's vehicles at your brother's house now, correct? Now, the defendant mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
And you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No.
And you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
When Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
Waterhead, hold on. Who's old Waterhead? I'm so lost.
About how much time was the defendant at the house?
Only when she had sex
I
with
would probably say about 30 minutes.
I'm thinking he might have had a crush.
At that point, when the defendant arrived, was
Text
Kaylee
with
at that time?
another cop that's going to come into this story later that doesn't look really good on her, but at the same time, like, they weren't in a committed relationship. They were dating. She helped him with the kids, stuff like that, They went through relationship issues, but they weren't tied down. He was seeing other options. She was seeing other options, but she never had sex with anybody but him. In this story, anyways.
Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
Nice to talk about the decedent's brother like that, Kevin.
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you go in the house with them, or did you continue shoveling or something else?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and pretty much right after they did.
When that you were doing at that time?
We had just told Kaylee when it happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking
Sorry, myself, my mother, and my father.
Either
Was Ms.
am I.
Roberts still there, or is she gone?
Either am I. Maybe that's why I could see the bullshit this case is in the first place, but they can't. You know what I mean? They can't. But yeah.
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Miss Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house?
At first, when Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out, talked to him, and that. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs,
And when you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you at that point?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that the defendant and her father went?
Upstairs into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area of the house?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came down the stairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times.
Yes, Kevin, they can't let it go. I don't. There was a mistrial. They didn't believe that she purposely, like, this jury acquitted her on 2 charges, but didn't fill out the paperwork, and the judge didn't ask them, and they were arguing over the second charge, because even though they didn't feel like she hit him with the car, some of them felt like she was responsible because she left him there and she was drunk. Just dumb, when she should have been acquitted on all charges. But that's besides the point, because a lot of people, in all honesty, don't want to see corruption. They don't want to believe the cops are human too. They don't want to believe that somebody would abuse their power. Well, they do all the time. Look at the president. You know what I mean? Like, presidents do it all the time because they feel like they're above the law. Cops feel the same way. And because they have that thin blue line, oh yeah, nothing's going to happen to me, blah, blah, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. And that's basically what this is it's a small knit town. A lot of families know each other, are well connected. And yeah, they called in a favor for a buddy, from a buddy type shit, and pinned it on her. In all honesty, I think they were trying to pin it on the snowplow driver. To be honest, it just miraculously happened that she was drunk at 5:30 in the morning, going to look for him, and backed her damn vehicle into his brother's car, and she cracked her taillight. Didn't bust it, like they'll show you later. She didn't bust it. It was only cracked a little bit. Even the cop where they went to go get the car from, her dad's house, even he said, because it was his jurisdiction and he had no ties to this whole family and stuff, even he said the taillight was cracked and not completely damaged. It was only completely damaged when they got a hold of it. They doctored up videos, all sorts of stuff. Like, they still been fighting over this Sallyport video that they still haven't gotten, and they've been trickling, like, here's this piece, here's that piece kind of stuff. The lead investigator, didn't even go to the house that day to do. They didn't coordinate off the freaking the area. They used leaf blowers and solo cups to collect evidence. This just wait, Kevin. This case is wild.
So I didn't watch them walk up.
He did a few little shifty things. Oh God, that makes her guilty. Like, he's gonna tell you, oh, she went up to his bedroom for 20 minutes, came back down, and then ring video is missing all of a sudden. But guess who had it? The lead investigator. So, but they're trying to say that, oh, she got into the computer and she deleted that ring camera footage and all this other dumb nitwit stuff. Well, guess what? No, she didn't, because even his niece and nephew that was at the house said that she didn't have that password. She couldn't access the ring camera video. But here they're going to tell you that you know,
She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
I would leave
30 minutes, they
too.
got Nick go back.
Hold on.
Dayton, Massachusetts.
I would leave too when I heard the mother blame it on me that I left her son alone. A grown adult that I waited for outside for 6 minutes, or well, 10 minutes, waited outside. He didn't respond back to me, so I leave, go back home, get all pissed off because, hey, we're supposed to hang out, you know, and you're ignoring me and not even answering the phone calls. You didn't come out like you're supposed to. All this shit. I mean, just this whole case is wild. So she heard her mom, his mom, say that it was her fault, basically. So she felt like she didn't need to be around in that house. She felt like, oh, well, you know, I don't need to be around here because they, you know, like they're blaming me, you know, type deal. And she didn't feel welcome, so she left. So that makes her guilty because she left. I don't think so. I think this case is a bunch of crap.
And when you say got back into their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay, well, they called Ring, right? They called Ring, and it came out through some of the testimony. I can't remember what it was. It came out through the testimony that that they got it, but somehow it was wiped from the heart, wiped from there. And there was only one person in control of it, and that was Michael Proctor, the lead investigator that just lost his damn job because of the inappropriate texts he was texting about her, all this other stuff. And saying he's going to make sure the cop that lives in the house doesn't get any shit because, he's a Boston cop too. Oh, yeah. I mean, this case is wild. Wild. Dude, there is no fucking way. Common sense will tell you he was not hit by a car. You cannot tell me that he just got his head busted, nothing else, and some scrapes on his arms. You're supposed to tell me his arm hit the tail light going 24 miles an hour backwards and his head got pulverized, but nothing else? No other part? No way in hell.
The weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Canton would have curbed the weather during that time.
Just wait.
None.
That's
So
tomorrow.
essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was
We're
still,
gonna watch leaf blowers
yeah,
and
the
solo
conditions were still
cuts.
poor.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you know what kind of vehicle Ms. Reed had?
A Lexus SUV, I don't know the actual.
She originally was charged with manslaughter. But then they decided, oh, well, let's up the ante. Let's go ahead and charge her with murder. What? What? Because they concocted this damn story? This whole house concocted this story? Yeah, it's hard to... it's hard to
Well,
believe
that
a
clock is
frame
actually-
job. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, I'm not saying he got... It's hard to believe that he was hit by a car. It's hard to believe with the botched investigation that they had from jump. Whether it was in the snow or not, I don't care. There's plenty of places that have unalivings or whatever you want to call it in the snow, and they put up tents. They put the things down, put freaking heaters in that bitch to melt the snow. They do stuff. You know what I'm saying? They sift the snow. I mean, they do all sorts of stuff. But they don't use leaf blowers and just fly it everywhere if there was any evidence to collect, And then they hurried up and put a little dusting of glass on her bumper, busted out her tail light, put an apparent tear on the car, and you're to tell me that in a blizzard, the hair stuck there, the glass stayed there after being towed, in a blizzard, and DNA still was left on the car? You're to tell me all that happened after the snow melted and all that stuff? Give me a break. This case is so botched. Anyways, I would vote not guilty, just plain and simple, on the botched investigation. Now, there are some shady characters in this case. But do I want to say like it looks like he got in a fight. But you know what I mean? When your head's only busted and no other part other than your arm like being scratched up, there's no way you can tell me in your right mind that he was ran over by a vehicle.
Wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock, so is this a good place to take a break? All right. All right, jurors, it's lunch and break.
Science.
Oh,
yeah. That's gonna drive me nuts too. That's great. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild, crazy, insane. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Ooh. My content disclaimer. Don't come for me. I just had like his brothers. Well, imagine his, but instead of the bags under his eyes, they were swollen like raccoon's eyes. He had a bloody nose. His head was fractured. He had a gash, I think, right here. And he had a gash in the back of his head right here. He lost a lot of blood, but shit, they only found like 6 droplets of blood in the snow. Only 6. And they found three male DNAs on his clothes. 1 was that of his, 2 they don't know. And why they only got DNA from the two cops that freaking investigated the case and took property of his clothes and all that dumb shit. Why they got their DNA and nobody in the house's DNA is beyond freaking me. This case is wild. Like, oh my gosh. Move your booty. Move your booty. Move your booty.
Where's that session? Did you see it?
I need this. You know?
all right. Mr. Lally, can we have Mr. O'Keefe again, please?
Yes.
Witness, please.
Mr. O'Keefe, please. No, deflect you can't.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So, Mr. O'Keefe, you testifying before the luncheon recess before, you had indicated that defendant Ms. Reed had gone upstairs for some period of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's at your brother's house on Meadows Ave?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, had she gone upstairs with?
Her father,
But how long were they upstairs for?
10, 15 minutes.
And as far as, was there anyone else in the upstairs area of the home with them at the time that they were upstairs?
No, nothing I'm aware of.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if any, conversation did you have with her while she was at the house for that period of 30 minutes or so?
None really.
And as far as any other members of her family, without any reference to what it was, what, if any, sort of substantial conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with either her father, her brother, or the brother's wife?
Again, none, not really. I didn't really have much interaction with any of them while they're at the house.
Now, you're obviously familiar with your brother's house on Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the house itself, what, if any, sort of security did your brother have installed on that house on Meadows Ave?
He's gonna, excuse me, a ring doorbell, and then a ring camera floodlight combination of the garage doors overlooking the driveway.
And when you say the doorbell, how many sort of points of, how many doors or entrances into the house were there?
With cameras, I would say 2. I mean, the driveway and then the main front door of the house.
Can I may approach the witness?
Yes.
These three photographs, exhibits 2, 3, and 4. If you could just look at those briefly and look up when you finish. And generally speaking, sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
Yes. The first.
Before we get to them, just in general,
yes.
Do you recognize those? Okay. And what do you recognize this them in general terms? What do you recognize them to be? Photographs of?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 2 up on the screen. So I'm going to show my approach again. Yes. I'm going to hand you here as a laser point. Basically, just click this button here.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen is exhibit number 2. What are we looking at?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And as far as the ring doorbell camera that you were referring to, is that something that's visible in this photograph?
Not in that photograph, no.
And so typically when you would come over to your brother's house, what would be sort of the general points or door that you would use to go inside the house?
So either the garage door or there's a side door right behind that bush.
So behind that bush, is there any sort of like walkway or anything like that over there?
Yeah, so there's a walkway that leads up to a couple of steps and then to the entryway.
Is that where the ring doorbell would have been located, labeled as sort of the front door?
Yes.
And garage area with the driveway that you were referencing in relation to this photograph, it's not depicted in this photograph, is that fair to say?
Correct.
So which sort of, with relation to this photograph, understanding that it's not depicted in it, where would that be?
The driveway would be to the right side of the house as we're viewing it from here.
And if I could turn your attention to the next exhibit, number 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit number 3?
Correct.
Okay. And whereabouts in relation to the house, what are we looking at here?
So that would be the driveway, right side of the house, 2 garage doors, the upstairs window, and the ring camera / floodlight combination.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side. And he would typically park his car on the right side.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could just using the laser pointer direct your attention to that.
Right under the window.
Thank you. And as far as these particular ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there, who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular cameras? How would they be accessed?
Most likely through the Ring app on your cell phone. And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother,
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can lay a foundation.
As far as your brother was, what if anything would he do with reference to those Ring cameras and his app on his phone when people would arrive at his house?
I mean, a few times he'd talk to me through the speaker. You know, if I pulled up at the house and he wasn't home, and he would speak to me on it, but I'm not sure if I follow the entire question.
No, and that's exactly, so there were points where you would come to the house, correct, and he wasn't there?
Yes.
And he would sort of talk to you through the Ring application, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was, when you say you believe she had access to it, what leads you to believe?
I believe the kids had mentioned it before. Kaylee and Patrick, mostly Patrick.
All right, I'm going to strike that.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, exhibit number 4. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 4?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of the house we're looking at here, and what, if anything, in relation to the ring that you observed.
That is also the driveway from a different view. Call it the top of the driveway looking down onto the street. Right in this picture here, the Ring camera or the floodlight ring is not visible.
And the walkway that you were talking about that was behind the bush, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
If you could direct the jury's attention to where that is. So if you follow that walkway sort of around to the bush, where does that lead?
Right to the like breezeway door.
If I may approach.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, the Ring camera that we're talking about, have you seen those on like a disc form? Is that correct?
Have I seen them on a disc form? I'm not sure if I follow that question.
Sure. Have you viewed any Ring camera footage from either the front door or the driveway to your brother's house?
No, I didn't have access.
Okay. Now, may we approach?
Yes. All right, so Mr. Lally, you have something to mark as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. So there are 2 discs, one labeled Meadow Ave Ring videos. Oh, sorry.
So they've already been marked.
Already been marked.
All right, so the next, go right ahead.
No. Okay. So.
And let us know if you want the lights dimmed at all, Mr. Lally.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Do you want that now?
Yes.
Would please? Thank you.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been marked as Exhibit 6, driveway camera. If I could have video number 161. And if you could just pause that just for a moment. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen there? Do you generally recognize what's depicted there?
It looks like Karen Reed's vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and it looks like another SUV behind it. I don't know the 2 people.
If you could, just using the laser pointer before, if you could just direct the jury's attention to which vehicle you're talking about when you. So starting with Miss Reed's vehicle, where is it in this video that you observed?
I believe it's that one right there.
And your
How much
brother's vehicle
longer for him? Gee,
Is back there.
forever.
and the vehicle you're referring to is your vehicle. Where is it? And if you know, when about is this video depicting in relation to what you've described as the events of January 29th?
I mean, that would be the morning coming back from the hospital, mid-morning.
And as far as the people within this video, do you recognize any of the people within?
That'd be myself. I believe that behind me is, it could be Carrie Roberts, because I believe that's Carrie Roberts' car. She drove my father back from the hospital to One Meadows.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run the video.
Oh, I don't need this.
Oh, that's my mother.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could have Bill Mark 165. Again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause that briefly. Now, with respect to this video, do you recognize the vehicle that just pulled into the driveway?
That looks like Karen Read in the photo, in the video. I assume that's her father's car.
So this would have been the time that Ms. Reed, the defendant, arrived with her family from the hospital as well?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that through.
See, you lied, sir. There's only one of her family's vehicles there, so you lied there. Her brother drove them, so her dad could drive her car back. Okay. Anyways.
Thank you. If I could ask for the next labeled video from Exhibit 6, number 166. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to pause there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, with the last video, the two individuals sort of walking over to the house, do you recognize who those were?
It appeared to be Karen Read and her father.
And the individual who just got out of the same vehicle, do you recognize that?
That appears to be Karen Read's brother, Nathan.
Again, this particular day, January 29th, at your brother's house, that's the first time that you met him, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit number 6, if I could have video 169.
That's non-slight taken.
Just there for a moment, please. Now, as far as you mentioned earlier in testimony that after Ms. Reed arrived at the house, that your nephew Patrick came home as well?
Correct.
And do you see your nephew Patrick in this video up on the screen now?
Yes.
So this would depict when he got dropped off, essentially.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that, please.
Nonsense videos. It looks like he left again. The kids didn't even stay, so why would she stay, sir? Imagine that.
Ms. Gilman, from
never
the same
noticed
exhibit
that
6, if
before.
I could have number 176. Oh, is that right there? Now, from this video, you referenced earlier in your testimony, Ms. Reed had gathered some belongings and then had left with all of the vehicles that her family came, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize anyone depicted in this video number 176?
That's Karen Reed.
And what, if anything, do you observe in this video her to have in her hand at this time?
Looks like some type of a bag.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the same exhibit 6, number 178. I could ask you to just pause right there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, you were at your brother's house on Meadows Ave for the majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
About how long were you there into the evening?
Yes.
And at some point were attempts made in and around your brother's house, the driveway, the walkway, things of that nature, as far as snow removal was concerned?
At one point, other than me shoveling, Patrick's friend's father came with a snowblower.
And so initially it was you shoveling, what if anything was your father doing while you were shoveling as well?
It was just me shoveling.
And do you recognize what's depicted up in this video as far as any individuals in this video?
I believe that is me standing there with a shovel.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this.
Okay, where's the part where she's backing out? Where's that video? You're showing everything else. Where's the video of her backing up?
Ms. Gilman, from that same exhibit 6, could I have video number 185? Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. Now, in reference to the snowblower coming out as sort of the friend of the father of Patrick's friends, do you recognize anybody in this video here?
I'm assuming that's the father of Patrick's friend, but I'm not sure.
So fair to say this was later in the day after you were out there shoveling and after the defendant had left the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day of January 29th, do you recall any law enforcement, whether the PD or state police, coming to the house while you were there that day?
Not on the 29th, no.
During the course of clearing the driveway out as far as snow or ice, what, if anything, did you observe as far as beyond just sort of snow and ice? Were there any sort of other items within the driveway that you recall seeing, or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this video.
Oh, there was probably fucking something there.
Thank you. And lastly, from this exhibit, Ms. Gilman, if you could, from Exhibit 6, pull up video number 239. Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen right now is that essentially what the driveway looked like at the end of sort of the snow blowing and the shoveling and snow removal that day.
Yes.
And that vehicle towards the top, that's your vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this around the time that you would have been leaving your brother's house on January 29th?
Yes.
Those rookies.
Ms. Courthouse, we can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With the markers, recognize that?
Yes.
Boring. He's boring.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 1. And if you could that a little. What's up on the screen, Mr. O'Keefe? Is that what you have before you as exhibit number 1?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's my brother.
And as far as your earlier testimony in regard to the vehicle that he kept sort of on the left side of the garage, what, if anything, you recognize?
It's depicted in the picture. It's a convertible 1971 Ford LTD.
And with reference to that vehicle, how did your brother feel about that?
And that it snowed, Kevin. Remember that. It snowed. Oh, shit.
He enjoyed it. He thought it was fun driving around, in a convertible. Nephew Patrick enjoyed, being driven to baseball games and whatnot in it. So.
And your niece, Kaylee, how did she feel about it?
She did not like it. Still doesn't.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this with you, Joe?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right.
Mr. O'Keefe, sir, I have no questions for you.
All right, Mr. O'Keefe, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
1 second, Joe. Your next witness.
I'm sorry, call up will call Mrs. Erin O'Keefe to the stand.
This officer be able to give the court and jury in the case
You're gonna have
the
nice
truth, the whole truth,
vehicles.
and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You damn
Thank
sure
you. You may
did.
take this.
1971 LTD. Nice vehicle.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Erin O'Keefe, Okeefe,
And where is it that you live now?
West Bridgewater.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live with my husband, Paul, and our 2 girls.
And how long have you lived there in West Bridgewater?
Be 10 years this year.
And your girls, how old are your girls?
Now 13 and 10.
And what is your husband's name?
Paul.
And how long have you and Paul been together? How long have you been married?
We'll be 24 years this year and 17 years married this year.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you do for?
Currently, I switch jobs. Currently, I work for a mechanical contractor.
And just sort of in general terms, what type of work is it that you do?
I'm their marketing director.
And you said you switched jobs. So how long have you been doing this sort of new job?
I'll be there 2 years in October.
And your husband, Paul, how did the two of you meet?
I was his waitress in a bar when he was in college.
And as far as your husband Paul is concerned, his parents, what are their names?
John and Margaret.
And
Bars are this family loves bars. I will say that.
it's your husband, Paul, did he have any siblings?
Two, an older sister and an older brother, John and Kristen.
And of the three, John, Kristen, and Paul, who's the oldest, who was the youngest, and what was sort of the age difference between the three?
Kristen was the oldest. Johnny was next, and Paul being the youngest. And Paul, 3 years younger than Johnny? 4.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, she was the oldest, correct?
Mhm.
Was she married at some point?
Yes, her husband, Steve.
Do you recall about when it was that your sister-in-law, Kristen, and Steve got married?
They got married in 2006.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, and her husband, Steve, did they have any children?
They did, Kaylee and Patrick.
And Kaylee and Patrick, about how old are they?
Kaylee is 16 now, and Patrick is 13 now.
Now, excuse me. At some point, did their last name was Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did your sister-in-law, Kristen, her husband, Stephen, and their children move to the town of Canton?
They did.
And about what time or what year was that?
2009, 2010, I believe.
And if you know, where had they been living previously before they moved to Canton?
They were renting out their townhouse in Abington, so they were living in Dorchester with Johnny.
And if you know, at the time that they were living with Johnny, were both Patrick and Kaylee born yet? Or
Just Kaylee.
just Kaylee? So fair to say she was relatively young at that point?
Yes.
Now, at some point, your sister-in-law, Kristen, got sick, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when about that was that you learned of that?
It was June 2013, beginning of June.
And do you recall what she was sick from or what the diagnosis was?
She was diagnosed with glioblastoma.
And at some point subsequent to that, she passed. Is that correct?
Correct. 6 months later,
Sometime in fall, November of 2013.
November 11th, 2013.
Now, at that point in November of 2013, as far as you and the rest of your family was concerned, what was sort of the plan or the expectation as far as what was going to happen with the children, Patrick and Kaylee?
I know that my in-laws were helping while Steve was still here. Steve passed away 2 months later, but my in-laws were helping Steve kind of get acclimated.
And what, if any, role did your brother-in-law, you call him Johnny, is that correct?
Yes.
So what, if any, role did your brother-in-law Johnny have with respect to the kids during this time?
He was very involved because he was very involved when my sister-in-law was sick. I think he was he'd hurt his hand or something when he was working out on the, when he was out on the streets, I guess. And so he was on disability and was helping and going to the hospital all the time and being with Kristen.
And you mentioned he was out on disability and that he was working. What was it that your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, what did he do for work?
He was a police officer in Boston.
Now, you mentioned that shortly after your sister-in-law Kristen passed away, her husband Stephen also passed away, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what, if anything, sort of became the plan, or what happened with respect to your niece and nephew following their father's death?
Paul and Johnny went out to lunch one day, and we had kind of assumed because Johnny was out on, the streets doing his job like that Paul and I would take the kids, and Johnny said he was going to do it.
So he sort of volunteered or stepped up to do it, correct?
Correct.
And pursuant to that, where did Johnny go to live? Where did the kids live when he did that?
Johnny moved into their house in Canton, the original house that Steve and Kristen had bought. He moved in with the kids there.
And about how long was it that Johnny lived there with the kids before he assumed that role?
Maybe 4 years, 4 or 5 years. I don't remember the exact year that he bought the new house.
And so they lived there for 4 or 5 years, and then you mentioned that he bought a new house. Where was the new house that he bought?
The new house is the house now on Meadows Ave in Canton.
And so from whenever time Johnny bought that house, he lived there basically with the kids, Kaylee and Patrick, until he passed away as well, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did Johnny have with respect to the kids, Patrick?
He became their guardian.
And during the time that, from the time that your brother-in-law Johnny sort of took over that guardianship with respect to your niece and nephew, as far as dating was concerned, what, if any, sort of long-term relationships did he have during that period? And before you answer that, if I could just ask you for your definition as far as what do you scheme or term as far as a long-term relationship?
1-2 years, I guess, as a start, 2 years.
So during that time, after he assumed sort of guardianship of kids, how many of those relationships, 1 to 2 years or so, did Johnny have during that time?
2.
And what were the names of the people that he had those relationships with?
The first was Amy, and then Karen.
And just to be clear, by Amy, that was, where she lived, what town?
She resides in Westwood.
And she had children of her own, is that correct?
Yes,
And the second that you mentioned was Karen, is that correct?
correct.
What is Karen's last name?
Read.
Just for clarity purposes, do you see the person, you knew Karen Read, correct?
Yes,
So just for clarity purposes, for the record, you see Karen Read in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black or blue blazer.
And I just asked a record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, as far as her relationship with regard to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did she have with regard to either your niece or nephew or to your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Legal, none.
Now, as far as over the course of, did you recall meeting the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I believe it was in June of 2020 during COVID.
Based on sort of your understanding, when was that in relation to when they began sort of their relationship?
I think it was in February or March of that same year.
So right around the time that the pandemic sort of general shutdown, correct?
I think so, yes.
Now, as far as you know of any sort of existing relationship or time that they had dated in the past prior to that February, March of 2020?
I learned that after the fact.
So fair to say during any sort of previous time that they may or may not have dated, you hadn't met Ms. Reed, you weren't aware of her at all?
Correct. I had not met her.
And do you recall sort of where you were or what the circumstances were the first time that you met the defendant?
I believe we were all coming to our house. It was either, it may have been a birthday party or Father's Day, but we were out on the patio.
No.
I think it was June.
So John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, as well as the children came over to your house for some kind of holiday or something?
Correct.
Now, from that time sort of going forward, how would you describe sort of your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I liked her a lot.
And as far as prior to January 29th of 2022, would you consider yourself or characterize your relationship as friends?
I would.
And about how often, sort of from that time of when you first met her in June of 2020 through January, the end of January 2022, how often would you see sort of your niece, your nephew, Mr. O'Keefe, and or Ms. Reed?
1-2 times a month. It was COVID, so when we could be outside or all get together, or if there was a birthday.
And were there any occasions where you would have occasion to spend time with or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or your brother-in-law, John O'Keefe?
Yes, and we talked quite often.
And just in regard to sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them,
Often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship and sort of where everybody lived or where everybody stayed or how often, things like that?
I believe that Karen was there most times. I do know that Tuesday she was teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays as well. But for the majority of the time, I believe she was over there.
Now, just to be clear, when you say over there, you mean the house on Meadows?
Correct.
When you say she was home, where else did she have a home during that time?
In Mansfield.
And had you had occasion to be over her house in Mansfield at any point in the time that you were friends?
I had gone over once, yes.
Now, with respect to their relationship,
I think normal relationship, the stuff everyone goes through.
if I could ask you just if you could expound upon that a little as far as when you say normal relationship stuff, what exactly do you mean?
No,
I know
they're
that,
trying to say that she's a
my in-laws
murderer.
being there often could be stressful. And, two people with kids and life, normal everyday relationship.
Now, during this time frame, you were living in West Bridgewater still, is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you, like what town were you working in at that point?
At that time, I was working in Brighton.
So fair to say, relatively long commute between Brighton and West Bridgewater on a daily basis.
Correct.
And so during that sort of long commute, what, if anything, would you do with reference to the defendant, or who, if anyone, would you typically talk to on those long commutes?
I would text her or call her and say I'm and driving, and or she would call me and we would just shoot the breeze and just talk.
And was that something? How often would you do that?
Quite often.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, you considered yourself friends or friendly, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that something that you communicated to her, or she communicated to you in any way?
Yeah. And yeah, we would say how well we got along, and she would say if they ever broke up, she hoped that she and I would stay friends.
Now, Mrs. O'Keefe, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Actually, first, let me bring it back a little bit further. So New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
Do you recall where you were or who you were with around that time of New Year's?
We were in Aruba for my mother's birthday.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, were you in Aruba with?
My mother, father, sister, husband, and our 2 girls.
And over the course of that, were you also aware of where your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, and Miss Reed, and children, Patrick and Kaylee, were at that time as well?
They were also in Aruba.
And so where they were situated in Aruba, where was that in relation to where you were situated?
We weren't close. You'd need a cab. It was not the other side of the island, but far enough away you'd need to catch a cab. They were more downtown.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of who they were with or how they had come to be there in Aruba at that time?
They were with a large group of people. I don't know how many, but there was a large group of people that was going down.
And as far as you knew, was there any one person, excuse me, in particular that organized sort of that trip? Or
Yes, Laura Sullivan.
And do you know Laura Sullivan?
I do.
And how do you know Laura Sullivan?
I know Laura through Johnny. He's her son's godfather.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, that Mr. O'Keefe, Johnny O'Keefe, and Laura Sullivan had known each other for some time?
Correct.
Now, at any point when you were in Aruba around the time of New Year's, did you ever meet up with or connect with Miss Reed and Johnny O'Keefe?
We did not.
Now, at some point in time when you were in Aruba during that same time frame, what, if any, conversation did you have with Miss Reed and the family?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
Were the flight attendants on their flight down had the same names as both yourself and Miss Reed?
Yeah, she texted me and said that.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you invited to, I mean, sort of the two groups of families, did you ever connect or meet up at any point when you were in Aruba?
We did not.
Did you have any further conversation with Ms. Reed in reference to what she had indicated occurred at their resort?
I responded and said, like, kissing, and I don't recall what her response was, but I had missed the next text. She said did I want to meet up? She had freshened up and did I want to meet up? But I had missed it and was either already going to bed or just missed it until the next day.
So she had indicated to you via text that they had got into an argument and then further indicated or asked you if you wanted to meet up, correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Delelli, I'm just going to give a brief instruction at this point. All right, excuse me. So, folks, you just heard testimony about statements that were allegedly made by the defendant. You're really not to use the statements for the truth, but you can consider them solely on the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind and as they go to the nature of the relationship between the defendant and John O'Keefe. Thank you.
Okay. Now, between that time in Aruba and January 28th of 2022, had you had occasion to meet up with Johnny O'Keefe and or the defendant Karen Read or the kids or anybody from that Canton house?
No, our older daughter tested positive, and she and Paul had to stay back in Aruba. So we didn't have, and then by the time they got back, it was back to school, and we didn't have a chance.
So your oldest daughter was quarantined along with your husband in Aruba, and they came back sometime after you and your younger daughter?
Correct.
And with respect to that, that sort of weekend of January 28th and January 29th, what, if any, plans did you have initially to meet up with your brother-in-law, Johnny, and the defendant?
Johnny had been communicating to Paul that wanted to get us together on the 29th. And I said, there's a big storm coming. I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you were aware somehow of a big storm coming in on that weekend as far as the 29th was concerned?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall sort of about what you were aware of as far as that storm, like how severe, what kind of storm?
I don't recall specifics, but I knew that it was a big storm that was coming for Saturday with a lot of snow.
And so you didn't think that was a good idea to set up a time to meet up with that?
Correct.
Now, on that date of January 28th, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus, asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as the without Paul part?
No.
And you indicated that you were waiting for the school bus, is that right?
Correct.
And at that time in January of 2022, you had two daughters, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were they sort of in the same school as far as on the same bus?
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
So fair to say one was maybe in elementary, one was in middle school?
Correct.
So as far as around that time that you received the text, would that have been the younger daughter or the older daughter that you were waiting for?
The younger daughter. It was after 3:00.
And who comes home, or at that time, who came home first, the younger daughter or the older?
Our older daughter.
And when you received that text from the defendant, what, if anything, did you, or how did you respond to it?
I said that I was waiting for the school bus, and we had basketball on Friday nights.
And the basketball on Friday nights, was that something that was one of your daughters or both?
Both.
And do you recall, well, let me ask you this, with regard to your daughter's basketball, at least at that time, what, if any, sort of relationship did your husband have to those basketball teams?
He was the coach for both of them.
And was that something that was sort of like a local league, is that correct?
Town league.
And did all of you, and by all I mean yourself, your husband, and the two girls, did you all go to both games that night?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time those games were?
6 or 7.
Now, Ms. Reed reached out to you and texted you, and then you responded as you described. What, if any, further conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
I asked her if everything was okay, if something was up, and she responded and said, "It's another day. I wish I didn't talk to an O'Keefe after 2004.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, what happened? What's going on? And they had bickered, I guess, about her taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning before school.
And just to be clear, when you say they, you mean Johnny O'Keefe and Karen Read?
Correct.
Do you recall sort of how that conversation evolved, or what, if anything, else was said during that time?
I just knew that they had gotten into some type, I don't know if it was an argument or there was something. They bickered about her taking them, and he said that she spoiled them.
Now, as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed in regards to the weekends, what, if anything, did the two of you talk about as far as sort of plans for the weekend?
I said I was anticipating a storm, so was probably going to hang in the neighborhood with everybody.
Now, as far as later on in that afternoon, what, if any, sort of further communication did you receive from Ms. Reed that day?
I think the last text was a picture of something that popped up in her memories of my children and Kaylee and Patrick from the Cape that summer, and said, this just popped up in my memories and made me smile.
Now, did you have occasion to talk with Ms. Reed any further on that day, the 28th?
No, that was it.
And so you went to your kids' basketball games, came back to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time you went to bed that night?
It was either close to midnight or after, because Paul and I were sitting up watching TV.
Do you recall what you were watching on the TV?
Yellowstone.
Was that sort of a binge watch that you were doing?
Yes.
Now, before you went to bed, did you have occasion to sort of, knowing that the snow was coming, did you have occasion to sort of look out and make any observations?
Okay, what the hell does them what they're watching on TV have anything to do with this case? Oh, this dude.
About what the weather was like before you went to bed?
I noted that while we were still up watching television that it was snowing already.
And did you have occasion to see whether or not it was sort of sticking to either the pavement or the grass or anything like that?
I looked out on the deck and it was starting to accumulate on the deck, sticking to the deck.
You know about what time that was?
Probably around 10:30 or 11.
And this is at your house in West Bridgeport?
Correct.
Now, you go to bed and at some point you wake up on the 29th. And if you recall, what is it that wakes you up the next morning?
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And after that phone call, what is it that your husband called you?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
Do you know what hospital he was going to drive to?
Good Samaritan.
And based on the weather and sort of the road conditions, what, if any, concerns did you have about that plan of your husband's?
I was concerned with him driving because the roads weren't good.
Now, as far as your in-laws, so your father-in-law is John O'Keefe Jr., is that correct?
Senior.
And your mother-in-law is Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe?
Correct.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as were they going to the hospital, and if so, how were they doing?
They were going to the hospital and Carrie Roberts was going to pick them up because they didn't have a car that could drive in the snow.
Now, was Carrie Roberts someone that you knew prior to this date?
I knew her from when Johnny moved to Canton.
And at some points, do you recall approximately how long was it between the time that the phone call comes in and the time that your husband left your house?
10 minutes.
Relatively quick. I'm sorry, just have to.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So then, when your husband is leaving, what, if any, similar to earlier the previous evening, what, if any, observations did you make as sort of the weather and what was going on outside at the time?
It was snowing when he was leaving. Heavy.
Now, at some point, you're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you reach out to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay? And I called her and I could hear the phone pick up and she didn't say hello. I just said, Karen, what the hell is going on? And she just yelled back in the phone, John's dead. And Carrie Roberts grabbed the phone from her and said, no, he's not. He's at the hospital. They're working on him. And I didn't know what was going on.
Was there any further conversation on that initial phone call that you made to?
They were in Carrie's car waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen. And then Carrie was going to pick up my in-laws.
Yeah, because
as far as sort of going through that day, what was the next turn as far as your brother-in-law, Johnny, and who did you learn from?
When I spoke to Carrie in the car, I asked her to take my phone number. I knew she was going to the hospital and I was nervous that Paul was going to be there by himself. So I asked her to please keep me informed as to what was happening when she got there.
And without any reference to anything Ms. Roberts may or may not have said to you, did you receive further updates from Ms. Roberts throughout the course of that morning?
I think I called her every 5 minutes.
And at some points, did you learn what sort of the status was in regards to John?
I think it was, I don't recall the exact time, but Carrie had texted me or called me to let me know when they were finally called in doctors from the emergency.
And what, if anything, did you learn once they've been called in by doctors?
All right, no, sustained.
At some point later on in that day, did you have further conversation with the defendant?
I did.
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
I think it was around 1 o'clock.
And if you recall, was that a situation where you called her or she called you, or?
I called her because I didn't know what was going on. And I kept saying to my husband, has anyone checked on Karen? Is Karen okay? So I called her.
And when you called her, what, if any, conversation did you have with her at that time?
She answered the phone and said that I was on speaker and she was in the car with her dad and they were driving to Dighton.
And what, if any, questions did you ask her about what had happened, and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night? And because I couldn't understand first how they were together if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping John off?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
And by Kerry, you understood that to mean Kerry Roberts?
Kerry Roberts.
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that to mean?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
Is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting into that, just as far as beyond sort of what happened, what, if anything, else did the defendant say to you as far as?
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as.
Okay. She thinks this is an odd question. Like, of course, she'd want to remember the bad times because remembering the good times would make you sad. You get what I'm saying? Like, to help her cope, she's got to remember the bad times. I don't think that's a bad statement. And when you're in shock and grief and all that stuff, you say some weird ass shit. So I don't know. She thinks it's odd. I don't.
Is an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd.
I don't think it's odd.
Now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything, else did she say to you at that point during that phone call?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following
Now she heard what your
that conversation
mother-in-law
that
said.
day, did you ever speak with the defendant, Karen Read, again?
No.
Ma'am, one moment now.
Yes.
I'm frozen.
Just one last question, ma'am. So in regard to those last two statements that you had testified about, was that all part and parcel of the same conversation when the defendant indicated she was driving back with her father to Dighton?
Correct.
Okay. So there was no further conversation after that conversation shortly after
Stop
1 p.m.?
making me freeze.
No.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
All right, Ms. O'Keefe, you're all set. Thank you. Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Officer Stephen Sarif to the stand.
Just officer of the evidence you give the court and jury in case ever hears the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can sit or stand, whatever you want to do. Just ask that you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Hey,
Good afternoon,
just
sir.
chilling.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Officer Saraf, Saraf, Canton Police Department,
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
about 27 years.
Now, were you working with the Canton Police Department on January 28th into January 29th of 2022?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working midnight to 8 shift.
Midnight to 8 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you dispatched to a call at approximately 6:05 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
And if you recall, what was the dispatch in regard to and where specifically were you dispatched to?
It was a call of a person that was unconscious outside, I believe it was 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Now, that particular area of Canton, are you familiar with that area of Canton?
This
Yes.
is when it starts getting
And
juicy.
as far as the
Let's
town of
go.
Canton is concerned with respect to police department, is there sort of different sectors within the town that you would be assigned to patrol?
That's correct.
And the area of Fairview Road, would that be within your sector that you
Yes,
typically
yes.
patrol?
That was West Sector.
And how many sectors within the town of Canton are there?
4.
Now, that particular area of Fairview Road, what type of area is that? Is it residential, commercial, or something?
It's residential.
And the roadway of Fairview Road, there's houses on that roadway, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any sort of, is it a paved roadway?
It is.
Are the lanes, are they by any sort of lines in the middle of it?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, owns or maintains that particular roadway?
The town of Canton does.
Now, you received that dispatch. Where were you, if you recall, when you received the dispatch?
I was, there's a church right next to the police station. I was in that parking lot.
And with respect to the evening of the 28th into the
Yeah,
morning of the
because
29th,
drama is like too much. So yeah, like I could, talk, do panels and stuff, but you know how people get. The drama gets a little too much, and the only time I like drama is when I'm watching football. I like courtroom drama. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So that's what I watched during this off season.
what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of forecast of the weather or anything sort of coming?
No, it was snowing pretty good that night. It was a snowstorm that evening.
So there's a snowstorm that had been predicted, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. There was a snowstorm actually occurring around that time, just after 6 a.m.
That's correct.
And at the time that you're responding, a little after 6 a.m., was light out, dark out, or something?
It was dark out.
I
And
know.
the time, if you know, how much time elapsed sort of between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived in that area of Fairview?
It's pretty close to a couple of minutes, maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as we could go because the roads were
needs to go on a diet.
pretty snowy.
During the course of, you've been working sort of since midnight, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, had you, or what, if anything, had you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows or anything like that?
I don't understand.
Hey, Kevin, have we established that it was snowing yet? Just wondering. Have we established that yet?
Were they plowing? Is that your question? They were plowing the roads.
Okay. So there had been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response, as far as you know?
Yes.
What were sort of the road conditions or the visibility or anything like that, if you recall, during your response time?
It was snowing pretty well. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
Big-ass driveway with a big
And if you recall,
nice
sir, what was
car.
sort of the path of travel that
That's
you
what
took
we
from? You mentioned you were in the
discussed.
church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's correct.
And where is the police station located in
So
Canton?
the police station's on Washington Street, 1492 Wash.
And so what was sort of the path of travel that you took from the church lot next to the police station to Fairview?
So I went past the police station onto Chapman Street, and then from Chapman Street I went to Fairview Road.
And when you were approaching Fairview Road, are you taking a right or left or something?
So right.
And as you were taking that right onto Fairview, what, if anything, happened with your vehicle?
It'll be up there tomorrow. We just
Nothing that I recall.
a snowstorm just
And
days ago.
that particular, coming from that
So it's been
Chapman
in
side of Fairview, Fairview
freezing.
goes from Chapman and then it goes down to sort of, let's say, the bottom of the street. It connects with another street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the street that?
Cedar Crest?
Cedar. And if you're coming from the Chapman side down to the Cedar Crest side, what, if anything, is there as far as an elevation? Like, is it uphill, downhill, or flat?
It's down a hill, fairly decent sized hill.
Now, as you
Chapman Street,
are
you're
driving down
alive
Fairview,
and cracked
what,
and
if anything,
voodoo.
I mentioned it was dark outside, correct?
That's correct.
But
What, if anything, beyond sort of the headlights on your cruiser, did you utilize for assistance as you were driving down Fairview?
I had a spotlight on the driver's side, a handheld spotlight to try to locate the house in question.
And if I could just ask you a little bit about the type of vehicle that you were driving. So was it, what kind of police cruiser were you driving?
It's Explorer.
So SUV, is that right?
Yes, SUV, yes.
And as far as those, or the particular cruiser that you were driving on that occasion, what, if anything, is it equipped with as far as cameras or anything like that within the vehicle?
Yeah, it's equipped with a camera for front and back, and in the back.
it snows. It snows. It snows. It snows in Washington. It snows in all the other places but California and Arizona. There's only, I think, Scottsdale, Arizona is like the only one that gets snow. Nevada doesn't get snow, only in certain parts. But yeah.
Rear seat of the cruiser.
In Utah, it snows a lot.
And so as you're driving down Fairview, you reach out and start to utilize your spotlight sort of on, where is that located on the cruiser?
It's on my left-hand side.
And is that a spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside the cruiser? Where is it located
On the outside of the cruiser.
Right.
But there's a handle
Right.
that manipulates it so you can point the spotlight where you want to go.
Okay. So you have some sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points.
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out in front?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women, and I later learned it was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially are sort of approaching or getting to the residence, you indicate you see the 3 women waving at you. Could you see, or what, if anything, could you see the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground. Yes.
And you know what's funny is the one that that's most concerned. Well, I'm going to say 2 because the other girl, she was trying to find blankets and such. But his girlfriend, when she found him, she lifted up his clothes and, and lifted up her clothes and was trying to hit, trying to get body heat to a cold body. Trying to do CPR, all that stuff. It's crazy.
So you could see the 3 women and you could see a person on the ground.
That's correct.
And at some point, subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And who did you learn that?
John O'Keefe.
And prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe anyway?
No.
Now, the 3 females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those 3 people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Read. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, I believe.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now, you arrive on scene and I'm assuming you get out of your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do from there?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person a drug user? He's an issue with drugs. Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to my cruiser and tried to find the AED, which is an automated external defibrillator.
Back just for a second. So you indicated that you checked for a pulse, correct?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check for?
That's
On his
good.
neck. It's carotid.
So if it's carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you make contact with sort of the skin area in his carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe when you did?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe you mentioned was sort of on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And
Also, donuts is a theme too. Remember, they got in a fight over donuts. Later on, a wife of the house owner's brother brings donuts to her nephew in a blizzard. Anyways, okay.
how is he sort of positioned on the ground?
He was lying on his back.
And as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you're checking the pulse, what, if anything, did you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that?
Okay, let me fill you in real quick. So this case is about a Boston police officer that was found in the snow and in the front yard of another Boston police officer. And they're saying that and they're saying that she backed up into her boyfriend going 24 miles an hour backwards in the freaking snow, mind you, because it was snowing. We did establish that. And they found her taillight pieces, 47 taillight pieces in the snow, or after the snow melted 2 weeks later, but didn't find it when there was only like a couple inches on the ground when they found him. They didn't find any taillight pieces that morning. But, you know, in 18.5 inches of snow, when they went back that night, they found three pieces of red taillight pieces. His shoe, miraculously, his shoe was found in his hat, which I think was all planted. But anyways, and this was after they already had her car in the, confiscated her car, confiscated her phone. Yeah, this case as well. Just buckle up. And this is
I didn't really.
Let me ask you this. So as far as you mentioned,
this is the first trial, and the second one's coming up because the jury couldn't convict her, and by God, they don't want to admit like the investigation was shitty because I mean when you're using leaf blowers and solo cups to collect evidence, this shit is botched all the way botched to no botchness. And if you found a dead person on a front lawn, there's no way in hell that you don't search the fucking house owners. But because he was a Boston cop, and, you know, they'd rather protect the living than, you know, get justice for, you know, the one that lost his life. You know, they pinned it on her.
Mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
And so how much snow was in and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe when you first...
Okay, that's my opinion. I think they pinned it on her. But other people, I mean, there are some wackadoodles out there that don't have common sense, that can't see this whole case is spewing with garbage. The lead investigator just lost his job because of the inappropriate text messages, the bias he showed towards her, and disclosing investigation shit to people that aren't cops. Yeah. And it's funny, like all the people that are intertwined in this, she's an outsider, and you know, and yeah, I mean, the only thing she fucked up on was you know, they weren't in a committed relationship. He was exploring other options. She seen him kissing another girl. She started talking to another cop, you know, kind of exchanging flirting messages, but like he was like really wanting her to like pick him type of deal, and she really wasn't like, wait till you see these text messages. I mean, I think she was only texting him when she was drunk. Like, I really do, because, and she ghosted him for like 2 weeks, and then they show up at this bar, and there they are. Just wait. If you stick around for this, I'll be doing this every night. But yeah, this shit is wild.
It was about,
And normally I see this to other people. They, you fit the description type of deal. This is rare that I've seen a white person go down like this. Just saying.
I would say about 6 inches on the ground. There was a light dusting on top of him, I would say.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was dressed at this time initially that you?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, if you're standing in front of the house on the street facing the house, which side of the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his back?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, in this sort of area
Next
on
to
the left
the
side of the property,
flagpole,
were there
and
any
it
sort
was
of other
snowing.
landmarks or other things that you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Now, with reference to, mentioned that it was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as wind, temperature, or anything like that?
I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold? Obviously, January, it's snowing out, it was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first arrived?
Less than 32 degrees. I don't know exactly. I mean, it was cold.
So you pull up in that area
It
with
was
two
it.
females.
Okay,
right or to
hold
your
on. I
pulled up
found this out.
basically.
Wait, you're telling me it's less than 32 degrees and it's snowing? You're a bold-faced lie. You're a bold-faced lie, because it's warmer when it starts snowing. It doesn't start dropping in temperature until it starts accumulating. So you're a bold-faced lie, sir. Anyways, let me stop. I'm just kidding. It was morning time. But it snows at 32 degrees. Just
I had my cruiser straight on.
actually, it snows anyway between 40 and 32 degrees. Anyways, let me shut up.
And so which side of the cruiser were the three females and Mr. O'Keefe when you pull up the stop?
It was straight ahead.
Straight ahead. Okay. And-
A little to the left.
And what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where three females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
The rude way.
And do you recall anything about that vehicle, like what type it was, what color, or anything like that?
Okay, I'll be typing in the chat because I gotta go smoke.
With regard to the three females you identified as Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, you recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your cruiser?
So when I arrived, I saw Miss Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that are dispatched to the scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mullaney that came a few minutes later, and then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came at within that. I don't know how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
You're first to arrive on scene, and then Mullaney comes a couple minutes later.
Yes.
About how long was it between when Officer Mullaney arrives and when the fire department arrives?
Couple minutes. I don't.
And then at some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes. Is that
correct? That's correct.
Sergeant Good is a sergeant with your department.
That is correct.
Now, the fire department, when they arrived, do you recall what type of apparatus they had that arrived on scene?
I believe it was an engine. They usually come with an engine and an ambulance.
So, to your recollection, it was at least an ambulance and an engine.
Yeah. Yes.
When you were in transit, sort of coming from the church parking lot next to the station, 234 Fairview, what, if anything, did you have activated on your cruiser as far as lights or sirens or anything like that?
I believe I might have my blue lights on. I'm not sure.
As far as the time that you're coming, this is shortly after 6 a.m. in a blizzard, was there, what if any sort of other vehicular traffic did you observe en route from church parking lot to 34th Street?
There wasn't any that I can recall.
So you go to get your AED device from your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
And around that time that you're retrieving that, what happened?
The FD, the fire department, came on scene, and they took over care of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse, as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area for Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to any injuries or anything else on Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, when I first got there, he had blood on his face and it was just wiped away. So that's the only.
So it was blood on his face that was wiped away?
That's correct.
Now, when the fire department arrives on scene and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the person you identified as Ms. Reed, firstly, do you see that person in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article?
Seated at the table right there, black.
Does that record reflect identification done by the witness?
Yes.
After the fire department arrived and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Reed and what she was doing or saying at that?
Ms. Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical. And she kept asking, he's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying?
Yes.
And by your repetitive nature, I'm assuming it was something that she said more than once, correct?
Several times, correct.
And when she's saying this, can you describe sort of how she's saying this? I mean, is it a whisper, is it a scream, or is it something?
She was yelling pretty good.
And with regard to her repetitive question, as far as is it dead, what, if any, response did you provide to her in regard to that?
I just said they're doing the best that they can. I don't know.
Now, at some point, did you direct Ms. Reed, the defendant, to somewhere else away from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of the elements. I put her in a car. I don't know if it was my cruiser or another cruiser there, but I had her sit in the back seat just to get out of the snow.
And did she stay in that cruiser for any?
She stayed in for a few minutes, and then she was like up and down, up and down.
So sort of in and out of whatever car you put her into?
That's correct.
When she would come out of the car, where would she go?
She was just walking around. From what I remember.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, he's laying on his back on the ground. That location, where was that in relation to the roadway of Fairview Road?
I would say about 20 feet off the road.
So if it's 20 feet off the road, is it fair to say that was on sort of the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, the fire department takes Mr. O'Keefe's body off of the lawn. Is that correct?
That is
And where
correct.
were you in relation to Mr. O'Keefe when that happened?
I don't remember.
And if you don't remember, do you recall anything about sort of what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe was lifted up?
I don't recall. I didn't.
Now, that area around where Mr. O'Keefe was, when you initially come up, you see him on the ground and you check for a pulse. If anything, did you note around Mr. O'Keefe's body as far as the condition of or disturbance of the snow around?
I noticed that there were footprints and track marks around the body itself. There was none coming from the residence or the area. It was just right around the body itself.
And so the position that Mr. O'Keefe is lying on his back on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Is his head closer to the house or the street or something else?
I believe his head was closest to the house.
And the footprints that you're talking about, was that between sort of his feet and the street or above his head, or where was it in relation to
basically all around him because people were walking around him.
And as far as beyond sort of the immediate area above his head, between his head and the house, what, if any, footprints or what, if any, disturbance in the snow did you observe up there?
I didn't see any.
Now, Officer Saraf, about how long was it that you were on scene?
I want to say about an hour and a half.
And at some point, the fire department transports Mr. O'Keefe from the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know to what facility he was transported to?
I don't recall where they went.
And after Mr. O'Keefe was taken away by the fire department, as far as the three females, Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, do you know where they went or what they did following that?
They, after talking to Sergeant Good, they left in their car. So I don't know where they went. The car that was there, they left.
Now, at any point in time that you were on scene before they left, did you have any conversation with any of the three of them?
I asked them, where were they? What happened? What were they doing?
And who specifically did you talk to, if you recall?
Well, I asked Ms. Reed, and she couldn't really tell me too much about what happened. Ms. McCabe said that they were drinking in a couple bars downtown.
Let me just stop you before, as far as, so just sticking with Ms. Reed, you asked her what happened and you indicated she didn't really tell you much.
No.
Why not? What was her condition like at that point?
She was very upset.
So the same upset that you were describing earlier, did that sort of continue throughout the time that she was on scene while you were there?
I would say yes.
And at some point, did you speak to Ms. McCabe without reference to what she told you?
I'm sorry.
At some point while you were on scene, did you speak to either Ms. McCabe or Ms. Roberts without reference to what they told you?
No. I mean,
let me rephrase.
Yeah.
At some point when you're on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
And at some point when you were on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Ms. Roberts?
I didn't speak with Ms. Roberts, I don't believe.
Was there someone else from your department that was speaking with Ms. Roberts on scene?
I believe Sergeant Good or Officer Mullaney was.
One of the other two officers over there.
Correct.
Now, following Sergeant Good's arrival, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene at some point?
Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And if you know, when was their arrival in relation to sort of when you arrived?
It was light out, so I want to say maybe 7 o'clock-ish.
And so for the period that you were on scene, you said it was about an hour and a half, is that correct?
That's about right.
The weather conditions that you described sort of when you first arrived, what, if any, change occurred in the weather conditions from the time that you arrived and the time that you left?
The conditions lightened up a little bit. I mean, it was still snowing.
Still snowing, still cold, correct? Now, at some point after Ms. Reed, the defendant, left the scene, did she come back?
She did. Excuse me, a few minutes.
And do you know why she came?
I don't know.
Stop it.
And when she returned to the scene, who, if anyone, did you speak with her further at that point?
No.
Who, if anyone, did you observe her to be speaking?
I don't recall.
Now, the initial ambulance that showed up took and transported Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after that ambulance left and Ms. Reed came back to the scene, what, if any, other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene at that?
Another ambulance came.
And who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Ms. Reed to the hospital.
Apparatus.
Did you know
Whatever
what hospital that she was in?
apparatus
I
did
don't
you
recall.
see? Okay, now we're gonna get into some pictures.
May I have one moment, Ron?
Yes.
And where in pictures of where his body was. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure looks like you've been run over by a car. Uh-huh. Hey, dude, it would help if you got prepared there, bud. Instead of looking through 20 million of your stuff.
And, Your Honor, if I may request the lights be dim.
Okay, could we dim, please?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 8 up on the screen. Thank you very much. Now, Officer Saraf, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize as?
It's the house, 34 Fairview.
And that's the house that you responded to on that date, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And what's contained in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal that you observed roughly when you arrived on that date?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Direct your attention to this. This is just a way to try not to point it in the eyes. So basically, this button here, you just click on that. And that will shine where we want. So from this photograph in exhibit number 8, sir, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was when he first arrived, is that visible in this photograph or no?
Nope.
I would say it would be over more to the left.
Okay, so further off to the left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Before we get to that, just briefly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 13. Could please enlarge, thank you. Now, Officer Sheriff, do you recognize what's contained in this exhibit number 13?
No.
It's a street.
Fair enough. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Sorry.
It's a street, duh.
So what I placed before you as exhibit 13, is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what Fairview Road looked like around the time that you were dispatched and arrived on scene?
Yes.
Absent the lighting condition, you mentioned it was dark when you arrived, correct?
That is correct.
So this is sometime after when the sun has come up.
Correct.
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that one.
Okay, let's pause this. Okay. There's a bloody shoe print right there. There's little droplets of blood. Right here is where he was. This was where he was. There's little droplets of blood. Some of the grass leaping through, but this is where he was. And there's a shoe print right there, baby. And can I see the glass in this picture? I don't think I see the glass in this picture. I don't know what's right here. Not sure what's right there, but I think that might be the grass. But there's like little droplets of blood, a shoe print. Okay. And there looks like a whole bunch of, like other stuff around here. But this is where he was.
And again, officer, what's up on screen? Is that what you have before you? As
There's blood right
Yes.
there.
And you were testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around O'Keefe, fair and accurate portrayal of the footprints that you were talking.
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
So there's the flagpole. I want to look at this a little bit more closely.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. If you could enlarge that just a little bit.
Trying to see if I see any
Do you recognize
footprints over
what's
here.
depicted up in exhibit 18 on the screen here?
Yes.
And this is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
And in regard to, you had mentioned some sort of landmark off to the left side of the property, you're facing the property from the street, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to first those landmarks that you observed.
That's
I'm sorry, officer, if you
flagpole,
could, while
that's
you're,
fire
sorry, you
hydrant.
could just describe what you're.
So there's the flagpole right there. There's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first arrived?
He's right in this area right here.
Right here.
Now, if I could turn back just a moment, when you indicated that you were coming up to the scene and you could see the three females sort of waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are driving down Fairview, if you could describe to the jury, where is your direction? Sort of, where are you directed? As to both or?
I was looking for the house numbers, trying to find the house where it was, and there was, I saw the motor vehicle parked on the side of the road.
And that sort of leads to my next question, sir. So what did you see first? Did you see the vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see the people off to the side?
I saw the vehicle.
May I approach this, Richard?
Yes.
Do you want this?
So, Officer Saraf, you had testified earlier in regard to a camera within your cruiser, correct?
That's correct.
And subsequent to that day, have you seen the video of your arrival to the scene from the cruiser camera perspective?
I saw it once.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits the cruiser camera stream 1 from cruiser 683.
Is there an objection?
I'm sorry for the back and forth, Mr. Oxford, but if I could ask the lights again. Ms. Gilman, if you could play what's now been marked as exhibit 25. And if you could just pause it right there, Ms. Gilman. Officer Saraf, what's up on the screen, is that what you recall as far as the sort of visibility and roadway conditions when you first left the church parking lot?
Yes.
And this is you sort of leaving from the church parking lot as you're going to 34th Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on this screen. There's an indication as far as the speed of the vehicle is going, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where is that located, if you could, with the laser pointed at?
So, whoops, sorry.
Now, along sort of the bottom of that particular video, there's an indication as far as mic, brakes, lights, sign, correct?
Correct.
If those are activated, is there any sort of change in sort of the pitch in there? Does it change sort of color or anything like that you're aware of?
I don't know.
And the 683 on the bottom right corner, is that the cruiser that you were in that day?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as sort of the top middle of this video, there's a date and a time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as you're aware, that date and time that's up there, that's accurate to when this occurred, correct?
Yes.
So we're sort of looking in real time, correct?
Correct.
So, Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run from this. Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could stop with this brief. So, Officer Saraf, this road you're traversing at this point, this is Washington Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at some point, you're going to then travel through and then take a right onto Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you could, just for the jury's sake, as you approach Fairview and as you're taking that right turn, just direct their attention to the fact that that's when you're turning onto Fairview.
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, you can go ahead.
Hey, CPG. Joseph.
So this right here is Chapman Street. This right here is Fairview.
There's some positive points. So, Officer, similar to as the turn onto Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue.
Right about now, I believe I put the spotlight on.
Thank you, sir. If you could just sort of run it from this point to about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you.
Right there.
Now, Officer Saraf, this is you were testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in front of you that you observed first, and then sort of the parties off to your left as far as the 3 females waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number 1, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number 2, where you observed the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there.
Some
And
windshield wipers there,
the females are right there.
Okay, so now, Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
we need some windshield wipers there, bud. There goes the what you gonna call it? Hey, Kiwi. See, she acts like she doesn't even give a frick. Hello? Oh.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Stop speaking to me. I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Will there be a cross-exam? Because this may be a good time to stop if there is.
There will be a cross-examination.
Okay. So jurors, we're going to stop for the day. I have to caution you those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And just to remind you, tomorrow will be a half day. We'll go from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock with the mid-morning break. So thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, please. Juries, close your notebooks and leave them on your chairs. First roll, follow me, please.
Put them on your chairs. This is over. Yeah, because I think they go to a sidebar.
All right, could I see counsel at sidebar for a moment, please?
Yep. Okay, they're done. They're done. They're done. Okay, let me put me on. Let me get back up here. Hi. Anyways, okay. That's it. That's all for day one. I'll be back with day two tomorrow when it starts to get really good. But I appreciate everybody that came in, chatted with me, all that good stuff made me laugh while I watched this nut job of a case. But anyways, I hope everybody has a safe. Thank you. Everybody has a safe and now you drop. See Kiwi now. No, good night. Yeah, that's what I mean. But everybody, I hope you have a safe and blessed night. And I will see you tomorrow for day two. All right. Remember to let the ones you love know you love and care about. Let them know you love and care about them because tomorrow's not promised. Also, rest in peace to George Foreman. Condolences go out to his family. All right. I'm out of here. Thank you.